This is Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Early access just released, so see if I can get right into it real quick. I really like this opening too. Might be a long wait. It's fine. Let's see. Whew, 2000. Figured as much. Yeah, it's 4:05 a.m. 12/3/2021 Eastern Time. Really excited for this. I would watch the trailer, but that's going to be 5 minutes, and that might actually determine whether I'm this position in line or 5,000 in line. So, big difference. And I bring up a YouTube vid of it, but possibly the same problem. Never know the copyright and stuff, so. But I've watched it dozens of times. I think a lot of other people have, so. I'm definitely excited to see what's going to happen. I'm going to be focusing solely on the MSQ, too. And leveling up as a white mage. I mean, it's sad again, I said this last night, but it's sad to see Shadowbringers go. But goddamn, that was a great expansion, and I think this one's going to be just as good, I hope. Should. I have full confidence in the team. And I'll be reading the dialogue, I think. Oh, I mean, I mean reading it out loud. But honestly, like, in terms of the queue right now, I actually thought it would have been way higher, so. It also helps, too, that they're releasing at the time they are. This is at 4 a.m. here in the States and on a weekday, so it might have been a lot higher. But I logged off the Rising Stone, so I'm going to be able to jump right in and get the quest going. And should be good. I'm guessing, too, the MSQ is going to be about 20 hours. I'm assuming 2 hours per level. So there's 10 levels, I figure 20 hours. Because they even have, like, max level MSQ quests. So I'm going to assume 20 hours, roughly. Maybe less, depends on how much experience you get. But that's going to be my sole focus. It's going to be the MSQ. I might even... I'll probably even wait on the role quests. Maybe. And I'll have, like, I'll keep general chat open. But after a few levels, then I'll just turn to event chat. So I don't get spoiled by anything. Like, I'm starting at the same time as everyone else. But someone could have been, say, at the beginning of this queue, and they're already playing. So they could easily be a few quests ahead. So yeah, but like Reaper and Sage I'll probably level after I beat the MSQ. I'm also excited to see what Summoner is going to be like. Because Summoner I enjoyed playing. But I'm excited to see what the rework's going to be like. So most of this I'm going in blind. I've been careful to avoid patch notes or spoilers or anything like that. Anything that might even lead me to believe something, I've been avoiding. Excuse me. Almost looks like he's standing on a planet there. At least the music you can enjoy. I mean, it's cool too that they did say to plan for this, so it's not just like, oh, you know, just hop in, it'll be fine. They've essentially, excuse me, they put free trials essentially the back of the line. Like anyone on the free trials probably won't be able to get in for a day or two because of early access, which is from the pre-order basically. But tons of people probably pre-ordered it. It's essentially release day. So that helps take some pressure off, some possible griefing too. And the timing of it being this early helps cut down a little bit on congestion as well. So there are probably going to be some server hiccups and problems like that, but hopefully not too severe. I was actually nervous too because earlier last night I downloaded something and I thought that was all of it. And then I was like, well, let me do an early login. Maybe by chance service came up and there's still more to download. Initially it was like 45, 46 minutes. Like when I started that at like 3:35, I was like, oh shit. But then the time decreases, the speed went up. So it actually finished just a few minutes before 4, so I was able to get everything set up. Which is good, because if I was logging in now, that line would probably be 4,000 or 5,000. No. Crap. That sucks. That might mean the whole thing is down. I'm booting up the launcher now. Oof, that fucking hurts. I was just about to say, just about to get under 1,000. Nope. You might have a full crash because the launcher's not even launching. Let me just make sure it's not me. Okay, it's not me. Let's go. You can do it. I mean, I figured there would be first day problems. Not the biggest of deals, hopefully. I think they've just had a full crash on their side because the launcher's not even showing anything. Okay, round 2. At least you can see the intro in all its glory. What I'll do is I'll just click around the data center. Might have registered me as AFK for some reason. So I've encountered the lobby error in the past. Try it again. first world problems. Round 3. But I know it's not me because I put the code in. Lobby server connection has encountered an error. Damn. Let me check something. I'll give it a couple more tries and I'll try a couple different things. That's the fucking worst. Make sure it's not being blocked. Excuse me. Yep, it's being loud. So it was them, wasn't me. Still not bad though, 3,000. Okay. And you can see my character and stuff, so that's nice. I mean, when I first logged in, there was like no information there. It might have been that. Excuse me. Just remember to click around, make sure it doesn't register me as disconnected. Crypt lurker gear, by the way. Excuse me. But currently, I'm not even tired, really. Made sure to adjust my sleep so I would wake up a couple hours before this. Showered, worked out. Haven't got anything to eat, but I don't really want anything to eat. It's also windy outside, so you might hear that come through the microphone. I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be right back. And in a way, I don't mind waiting here. Because it would suck to just get in game, have it boot me, and I have to do it again. No! Fuck. You gotta be kidding me now. I know it's not my firewall or anything like that. I know that. I'm getting pissed. It might just be their servers are overloaded. I don't mind the wait. I just hate getting fucking booted like that. It sucks. Okay, it's just servers are completely overloaded, it looks like. Which I think this was one of the error messages they warned about. Damn. At least the launcher is moving quick. Where is it here? Well, all I can do is keep trying. Round something something. Ugh. That's what I talked about earlier. I mean, at least now, no, it's not me. That's what I was kind of worried about. I was like, don't tell me this is something on my end, which is weird. I don't use Comcast or anything. I use a local service, which I've never had any problems with. I mean, I don't mind waiting. Like, I have no problem with that. It just really sucks when you get to here. The queue goes down quite a bit, and then you're booted. And it takes you a bit to get back in. Then you get back to this, and then you get booted. It's like, Jesus. I don't mind waiting in line, but I don't want someone coming over, taking me out of line, telling me to move to the back of the line again. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'd watch something or play something in the background, but man, I'm afraid to interfere with this in some way. God damn it. Okay. So it's basically this error is displayed when the login server is experiencing high amounts of traffic or when the number of characters waiting in a login queue for a logical data center exceeds 17,000. Where is it? Because they mentioned that. There we go. This is a measure to prevent the server from crashing due to extreme traffic overloads. Should you encounter error 2002 anytime you log in, we apologize for the inconvenience, but ask that you wait a while before trying again. Okie dokie. So, keep trying, I guess. Like I said, it's just annoying to wait, then get that. Try again. If I get that error, I'll stop the stream and the VOD for a minute. And then do it again. Okay, smaller queue. It's good. So at least I know it is them. I mean, I've already said several times, like, I don't mind waiting. It just sucks to get booted and then get back in line. But I guess better than logging in, getting started, and getting booted constantly. At least the music is nice to listen to. This looks pretty good now, actually. I think this will be the one that gets me through. Below 2,000. I feel good about this one. I think we're gonna get in. Almost an hour and a half. So I was starting to panic there for a little bit. I was like, is something going on in my firewall? Is something suddenly going on in my ISP? Stuff like that. But yeah, it was just an error on their side. Just got overloaded. So I was getting pissed. I was like, man, don't tell me it's something on my end and I don't realize it. Because I never had that problem before. Like, ever. Well, a couple times, but that was server issues in general. Back. Man, I got some desktop cleaning to do next week. That's for sure. Same with my PC. Getting kind of dusty. By kind of dusty, I mean a lot of dusty. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think we're gonna get in this time. We're good. That's where we get in, I think. And under 1,000. Let's go. Sounds like fireworks going off in the background. So I've taken my headsets off a few times because I thought it was here, which is weird. It's just the game. Something in the background like clunking around. Arm stretches, hand stretches, wrist stretches, all the stretches. Just don't want the game to like kick me out if it thinks I'm AFK or something. I don't think it would. I'm gonna log in. Okay, just under 500. We're in. We're gonna get there. It's interesting here because it looks like he's standing on a planet. I never noticed that before. Wonder if that'll tie in at all. Almost like the moon. So an hour 38. All right. $166, almost there. Under 100. Let's go. I'll see what the servers are like in game, though. Will they be stable? Will be some lag? And we're in. Alright, let's go. New engage unlocked. Okay, standard stuff there. Nope. Anyone else here? Wow. We'll talk to Alice first. Did she say anything? Okay, stuff. Alright, let's do it. Let's go. What? Often knows feeling the need to take stock. Arrow, do you have some time to talk? We'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let's go. Oops. Push the mouse off screen. Let's take stock of the facts, shall we? Crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event That would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arenval and Ferdola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telafari are under the leadership of Findaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenos Yaegalvis. Zenos Yaegalvis, Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Capital has probably seen the worst of it for a good while there. Saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Secession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and when nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace to a soaring edifice born of nightmares. And if they were indeed made thralls, it seemed safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telafari. If I'm saying anything wrong, I'm sorry. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way, Charlian. I am sure of that. Master Fortunechild's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Excuse me. Just received word from Mistress Cryle. Says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Lenza Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. On arrival, present yourselves as associate students of Baldesion, come to assist with the Order's restoration. That's where everyone's going to be. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? You must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, you should set off at once. And I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Music there. Interesting. Let's see what she has to say. Safe journeys, and please do be careful. Will do. Take care. Well, I'll read this dialogue for the quest, but I'll keep it up for a second here. Yeah, that's where everyone is. Damn. Okay. Oh yeah. Farewell, Fluidora. I'll use my food once we really get into things. Alright, we'll go through the right one. Please don't crowd. It's bad. Target. How the hell do I... How do I... Oh, there's a Shaw. I'll talk to them. A grim reason to bring you to Charlian. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Charlian is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Damn, I can't... Oh, wait a minute. I can do that. Nice. There we go. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. Ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth. Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal. Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable. Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
She had a mask there. It's crazy. And that music kicks in at the start in the boat. Man, that's a shot in the heart. And she finally speaks, which is incredible.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
I love that music.
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation? An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I like that music. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? There she is. Glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats, sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax, take a moment to get your land legs back. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. Possibly XIV. So what do we got here? Oh shit, that's right, that's expanded because of belts are gone. Same with the rings. So this is great. 515. Nah, we'll stick with mine a little bit longer. What's that look like though? It looks nice though. Wow. Oh, that's right, because the belt's gone. Alright. Oh, there's Gratia. Here we are at last, the great city of Charlan. You may notice some similarities to Tristarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Kryl have her say first. We can continue this conversation another time. I'm unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how you earn my living? I like the look of this place. There's that awesome fountain from Cinematic. I like how they give you a weapon first. There's Alize. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry after all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Okay, let's go. Kryl sweeps the scions with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. This is Arrow and Estinian's first time in Charlan. For the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey, get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? This is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome in Valier Estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there and on. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss not visiting forthwith. Why did I leave? What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. It won't be necessary until you reconvene. I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could, Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Camaro, Charlian awaits. It's gonna take a little bit of time getting used to that new sound. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Gratia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You leave Gratia behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting too much distance between you. Excuse me. You can also speak with Gratia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Gratia accompany you again, return to speak with them at the original location. While Gratia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Cryle. Remember to attune to those. Talk. Do not forget Mr. Cryle, our worthy guide. I can click her. There we go. All set, and let us be on our way. First stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Cryle is also now accompanying you. Meet your two companions at the last stand. Speak with Cryle in the designated location. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the long area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Cool. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. I'm grateful to have Cryle's help reacquainting myself with this place, almost if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Oh. Check out some of these. Excuse me. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is in Eorzea. Place called the Peristyle, and its first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation. It also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Okay, same stuff. So hunt boards there. Oh, I need to remember to attune to these. Lamim. Greetings, traveler, and welcome to Charlian. If it's knowledge you seek, you come to the right place. Who are you? I'm Wamim, an occasional lecturer at the studium. I specialize in natural geography, including the history of the world's topography and climate transitions. I come here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason I'm asked for directions rather often, so I decided why not act as a guide. Charlian is a city of knowledge, once a humble settlement founded by Archon Yunkrep in and refugees he rescued from the Great Flood and the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Since flourished into the grand metropolis you see today. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eorzeans to refer to our Dravanian colony with the shorthand Charlian, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Charlian or the Old World. The last name appears to have stuck. But old or new, we continue seeking knowledge from all over the world to record in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. Thank you. And that's like one could hardly forget. The great statue, excuse me, Thaliak. Student of Baltesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else, thus when Thaliak was chosen as patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Asgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship divinities of their choosing. Ah yes, the last stand. Now that is inviting aroma. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research in nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cooked cuisine, dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There's one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, a sole dedicated outpost in fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts, an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient. Surely Tataru since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? There's the side of the cafe there will take us up to the XIV Plaza. I like how this is the slow theme. Students of all the museum send us to investigate phenomena, locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food is least of my concerns, though now having lived through some rather harrowing times, learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. On the XIV Plaza we go. We just need to head upstairs next to the last stand. This place looks great. Ooh, let's go and tune. Tune right now. Be right back. Short break. Etherite looks different from how I remember it. Yeah, that looks gorgeous. Usual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning etherite. Remember to tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence research facility located in this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. Deciphering the undying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. Tune yourself to Etherite, and let's continue on to the Agora. Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. Not this way. Oh, it's over here. Let's go to the confluence. Speaking of Etherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Charter informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Okay. It's kind of a neat feature they have. Mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Whoa, what's that? Oh, that's a Reaper. I can tell by the colors. I think. Let's go see. I'd almost guess by the colors. I could be wrong. Oh, they stopped. Whatever. Unless they did the level boost. I don't think they would, though. Wouldn't surprise me. There you go again. Whatever. Oh. Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder? Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes in various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, next stop on our tour is one which is particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to Etherite Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. It's a fascinating experience to walk around the city and contrast my image of the past with the reality of the present. The building we're looking for sits at the top of the stairs. To the north of the Etherite, just keep walking up and you'll reach it eventually. The district we're passing through is called Archon's Design, a name which honors the 7 individuals whose contributions were instrumental in the founding of Charlian. It is the city's political and financial center, and it also hosts a collection of research institutions. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphium, area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the Great Flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Cool. Ah, what an invigorating breeze, touch biting perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. Used to put me in mind of my arrival on the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community. Crystarium can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. Now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with a fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. It's a nice view. That away. Music is really relaxing. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelon of Australian society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. Did I? Yeah. This is so nice having all this extra space. We've arrived at Journey's End. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon and Krep built their first homes. Present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion. It's clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House of Hollier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct, F you, arrow. I'd better tune to these. I keep forgetting to do that. The good old annex. I used to bunk there whenever I had business in the city proper. At the time I came to submit the thesis for my Archon qualification. If I tired you out with all this walking, not to worry, I had rooms prepared for you at the annex. Just follow the path west side of the Aetheryte and we'll be there in no time. Let's go attune to that one. we go to Journey's End? Yeah, we'll loop around, grab it. Wait a minute, there are 2 charges on thin air? Whoa. That's cool. Let's see what stuff we got here. So Glare Mastery, Glare to Glare 3. Holy to Holy 3. Huh. Wow. First consecutive use of Divine Benison. Whoa. That's cool. There are 3. Holy 3. That looks cool. Reduce damage taken by a party member or self by 15%. Aquavale. Liturgy of the Bell. Place the Healing Blossom at a designated location. Grants 5 stacks. Liturgy of the Bell to self. Taking damage will expend 1 stack. So cool. An extra charge of that. Divine Benison, which is really good. One Charlian, new to you. Right, cross this bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path, be careful not to end up back in the Ithroid Plaza. Charlene is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Salt and pepper seal. Is it the Valdesian Annex? The joyous look on Ron's face and Dally informed you this is the Valdesian Annex. Continuing up the hill, you arrive on the doorsteps of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Side with you then. I'm back and I brought Arrow and Raha with me. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. Suppose we'll finally meet you, Arrow. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sunjika. It's been an age. Whoops. I mean to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ajika. Oh yeah, Sarika, I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. You take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val serves as our main headquarters, of course, but we often have occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex served as our base of operations. Yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. Day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophori fall. So that door on the left there is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Sorry in your eyes, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. Got private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we'd slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. Thus they became known amongst students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might well last in the following morning. Say the word, I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. There's something I wanted to check and I forgot. Oh, there it is. I think I already tuned to it, but I'll do it again. Nope, I did. Oh, that's new, I think. It is. Oh, that's where I am. Okay, that's cool. Back arrow, ready for a nap. Let's go with the Andron. Explain the Andron's rooms are furnished for folks needing a break from all-night research or recently returned from expeditions. Students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles, diagrams, personal messages, but I imagine it's quite a surprise for our newer guests. Can I take them down, you ask? Well, it's not the same people who stay in these chambers after all. Besides, when I see all notes written by friends who've since passed, well, it's comforting in a way, as if they're still here with us. Well, just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. Thank you. Her name escapes me for some reason, and it shouldn't. Bruda, that's right. Duh. Feeling refreshed and alert, colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Nice voice acting.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Let's see what that looks like. Not bad. Oh, what was the item level of that? 515, okay. Oh, I know, I was gonna check. Sage and Reaper. Oh, they moved these. Interesting. Because healers used to be over here. Okay. Yeah, this looks a lot better. Interesting. Those are the new ones. Aphorism. Okay. I've read much in the subject Razat Han. This visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So back to Thavner. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? The Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, and a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper and with the greatest of care. process by which foreign members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate, fairly elected or not. Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready to move. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Do this one first. Kryle's intent on uncovering the reason behind the form's inexplicable behavior. When something change come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. Now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search shall proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. I'll grab this one too. Amra fruit. Thabner bound. Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. I've been to Thabner before. I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was the same mind and has already secured the aid of good folk of the confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, thou sayest. Afraid so, my friend. That will recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered those, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Munbrida. Munbrida was an authority on theology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Oh shit. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As I have many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. When settled, and let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Keat. Kite? Keat? We'll hit the books first. The hunt for specimens? What's this? Rise to see me, or are you ROV? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you, huh? You're gonna be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts? Yes, they're not so different from hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventure of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you're not. Please speak with Orthoda, the peristyle, to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Well, let's go see what that is. I am Northota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? For the scholar, your arrow, I was half convinced I'd set the others I'd set the others an impossible task, asking them to find you. Winter's guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Fortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our far polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it's music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research. The rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. Currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that over much. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple? No. That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. You're now permitted to take bills for junior marks from guild ship hunt boards in Old Charlian and Rads at Han. Defeat the monsters described in the bills and you'll be rewarded tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with either Shai in Old Charlian or with Wilmetta and Rads at Han. New quest associate marks will become available from Northoda and Old Charlian upon reaching level 83. Okay. This music's nice, it's super relaxing, which is kind of bad because I'm getting drowsy because it's just so comforting. This video is home to all manner of debate, though there are some who have taken to recording forensic victories, even betting on who will win, who will lose an argument. Scion of House Lavalier, who graduated quite a while ago, claimed the most wins yet to be dethroned. I'll be right back. Oops. Alright, back. Whoop. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast hall is a great goodbye library, pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. That's where Gra was in the trailer, I'm guessing. Any citizen of Charleon is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of the shelves in the Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks, open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charleon history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Thought that one, like I was Thancred for a minute. Is that it? It is. Koala. Thought it was there because I couldn't remember their names. Oh, this place is cool. A lot of books. Well, we'll start from the left and work around clockwise. Title and spine reads Story of Charleon. Read the book? Yeah. Long, long ago on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkrep. Nunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. Towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation, shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrep gathered him, his crew, and his grateful passengers abandoned the ark to those rugged peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, upon returning from the northern seas. Landing on the beach of an island, settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew. In a time, it became the city of Charleon, and living to this day. Red-covered book. Town spine reads Roads of Old in the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliac and Dravanian hinterlands, Charleon colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion, structures, and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charleons. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charleon colony. The Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charleon, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charleon inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Hillshire. Wow. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information in the forum or cover the history of the Australian motherland in greater detail. Title spine reads, The Voice of a Growing City. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical, and a larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. In the year 2001, 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. They should now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Introduction to the Heavens. Your gaze at skies above and contemplate the mysteries contained therein. I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space. Yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a balanced sea of stars firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable and unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. Who was the technologist Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss? Was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? Or if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future. It would shock you to learn that stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever. Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details in the forum or mention the history of Charlian. A Warn Manual. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your heart, health, and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, gross philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. Remember, self is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Forever 20 summers. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp greater truths you pursue. Pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, theological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details in the forum or mention the history of Charlian. Time-worn tome. Faded title on spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. During Chaos 6, Umbral Calamity, Archon Yimkrep, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and henceforth and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. They would gain a fundamental understanding of Charlian history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside the rendezvous point and await their companions. Okay. Interesting. Reference page. Apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Dark Knight doing that. Sorry, were you waiting long? Were you waiting long? Nope. I want to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphinaud and Cryos should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we had no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. It's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphinaud and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. Harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand this position, that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Gra? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Islabard, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Koros, the coastal region opposite the island of Thatnir. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth umbral calamity brought end to the Empire's reign, and when the fifth calamity froze the sea solid, made the tribes still living in Corvos brave the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? The past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Oh shit. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to prioritize the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child born with the elegant eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it's an unkind question. Even Tancred was taken in by the Archon Louis Sois, was he not? His raised adopted wives. Rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Sarah. Our company should be arriving any moment now. We've returned with our selections. Though I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Creel has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research pages on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, the worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine. I think it's this one. Complete destabilization of magics. And yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. Chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Each told us surmised that the closest known magic started summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Terra Star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Terra Star was engulfed. Let's go with this one. I think you maybe are misremembering, as I recall it's more of a gradual spread. Routines speak of a keening sound that rose from land itself, just before a region was visited by a catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. Thrust as we were in the midst of the madness. Okay. It's fine. So the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, probably quite loud. Got to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. I knew I should have gone with that one, son of a bitch. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Heidelin, right? Because he went crazy and they summoned her to try to stop him. I think. I believe the Zodiac, who was summoned in response to the final days, may sacrifice themselves to bring him to being, with Elizabeth serving as his heart. Okay, I guess I am misremembering. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Light sprouted noon as these fledgling souls they intend to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. I just hadn't done Amarat in like well over a year. It's a long time since I've done it, actually. Or might have had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Tlafarai truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst, or are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Yeah, but this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for you, Stola, but it's time we began studying these research papers. Yeah, my memory is easy on this stuff. What else do I know? Corvos, precious little I am afraid. I've not returned since Master Golov first brought me here. I tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets, flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I could find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know of the final days, and that knowledge might surface in the writing. That is my hope, anyway. Hey, Dreamer. Long time no see. How you been? I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Giran oracles, for its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Goodbye Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the uncentered world, not to mention the horrors of final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Forchelon with knowledge of the Tlafarai and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days are truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Interesting. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Okay, alright. I've been good. Thanks for asking. Good to hear that things are going well between you, though. Between work and your kid. I labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. New. Found not of interest so far. I think Ishtola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Your efforts to gain Tia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Well, the holidays with the new child are going to be interesting, that's for sure. For the baby. Yug. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. You look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again? And Mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. At the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. They look like boots, all right. Let's see here. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first unreal calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Thanks for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd still have a few quiet moments for myself. Oh, excuse me. Found not of interest so far. I think Shola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Our hopes up. Keep saying our. Ready for a tea break, Arrow? I know I am. Yep. Honestly, my neck shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know, last day in the harbor, don't you? Come meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I'm really enjoying this music. Let's go to the studium. And then we'll go to the Baldesian Annex. All the Etherite shards and the old Charlian. Cool. Nice. That's a nice change. It shows you like where things are and it's much simpler. Yeah, it's really good. See it in Last Stand. Oh, that's where I gotta go. Wrong place. And especially in the opening cinematic. It's crazy the notes she hits. Especially the part when it gets to the statue. Only downside is it's relaxing and makes you drowsy. Busy as ever, I see. How very Charlene that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Talaferoi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alce is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Then leave Alce behind by entering a different area, putting too much distance between you, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. We shall have Alce accompany you again. Return to speak with her at the original location. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew the Talaferoi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Lavalier girl, aren't you? This man with you is obviously a foreigner. If I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. Well, think you leave me be. I'm not to say the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. Foolish for me to expect an honest civility from one so enlightened. Camaro. I gotta make myself clear, away with you, and let me dine in peace. Yeah. Guess I don't believe I had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on Talaferoi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Lavalier. My apologies by working the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fornal that I was helping you, I see we're sorry to have bothered you. Do not wish to give offense, but your companion is a well-known figure in the city. You never know who might be watching. Point. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. Seems like an age now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphinoa set sail for Eorzea, then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Lavalier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. Is that you're here to find information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. Wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. Your visitor is Charlene, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server when none the wiser. Just finish preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure. Yeah, this piano is really good. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. Key sets for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gislaw. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay. Gislaw. Gazette featured a piece about a so-called champion of Eorzea. They say this barbaric hero has prevailed in a multitude of battles, like some avatar of perfected violence. It's almost uncanny how closely you match the given description. What an odd coincidence. And I think that's the T for them. My tea set, lovely, thank you. Talafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. Friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. I always like to order this when I'm discussing arcane theory with my peers. It's my favorite treat. Oh, I never served her. Yeah, my bad. Finally, 2468. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What, Talafaroy? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. Add some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering when all these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. I stay out of it. I say the forum made the right choice and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Whoop. Last stand really does make the best omelets in the world. The fluffiest egg, tastiest tortoise sauce. You can get it every day for a year. Gotta say, does look pretty good. I see stuff on YouTube of like Korean street food and stuff like that, and that always looks really good. I know this isn't Korean, but I'm just saying what I see on YouTube with that. Oh, that's cool. Gods, the anticipation. I've heard it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made. Get the big lobster. At last, the big lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. That does look good. Making me hungry. Final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which is missed. I, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. These Talafaroi make good on their audacious threats, and many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about it in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. Never been this hectic before, not like this. Interesting. I want to try this meal ever since I saw it served at another table. Ah, the aroma alone is worth every gill I scraped together. trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Thank you. Well, let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind that peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. This should do nicely, out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
More voice acting, please. It's really good. Alize is excited to share your revelations. Just tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. So I have to go to Studium. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? What does Alice say? I thought she was with you. Stolen my loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Welcome back, Arrow. Been for a walk, cleared your head, have you? I was never a coffee drinker myself. Never had any. Well, I had a cup when I was little, but I don't really drink it at all. It's either tea or water. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. Sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. One of those crates could contain crystals for a summoning. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. Or they're planning on outlasting this entire calamity. As you still observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Arrow and Alice learned at Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somewhat certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzio's request for aid. Now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. Fine idea. Glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That'd be a great help. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Did I read that right? That would a great help. Thank you, okay, yeah. They did miss a word there. That would a great help. Yeah, that would be a great help. Oh well, it happens. That would a great help. Excuse me. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, stay close. Follow what I'll say and try not to fall behind. Off we go, then. Got to bring those up so someone can read them if they want to. And we run, try to keep up. Path straight ahead. Here we are through the store and down the stairs. Did remember to attune the shard back there, didn't you? Make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise you should keep moving. Yep, I did. All tuned. The rostra. How did the Forum learn on the final days? Exactly how much do they know? What are the point? What do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. I've been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn in the rostra there, did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. We're all here now, yes? Taking the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right. Everyone on the lift, and down we go. Yeah, the soundtrack's really good. Have you seen the trailer for this yet?
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge. A growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Yeah, it's called Reaper. Sage and Reaper are the new classes.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
If you get a chance, watch it, because the music is incredible.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Oh, maybe it has something to do with the towers. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Cool, we're actually outside now. We're here to help. We're here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner. I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted, he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Exchange with Varenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Those little devils are quick as sin, twice hard to catch. I suppose I'd better start searching. Wait, do I have a scythe in here? Nope, not yet. Oh no, wait, it's right there. No, never mind. The graphic on it made it look like a scythe briefly. I probably have to switch to that class first. Let me think. Rhea seed should be item 1058. Human seeds 1059. Snurble berry 1060, or were they 1061. My head feels like it's stuffed in moko grass. Why more loads take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes Corthorn carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange to have taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around try making small talk? You wanna know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort, tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. They aim to find no other reason. Could be that they're changing layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Poor aching back. Ever since the summons came from the guild ship, I've been hauling endless stacks, supplies, books, or animals. You name it, I moved it. Be interesting to hear what the battle music is like. You look, Arrow, what tales the gleaners have to tell. Wait a minute, that changed? Taking stock. Notes concerning the massive inventory operation that's currently underway in Labyrinthos. Notes concerning large quantities of cargo making its way in and out of Labyrinthos. Notes concerning exhausting work causing accidents such as a gleaner inadvertently freeing a pack of marmots. Torque on the pin. That's weird. Maybe I'll get something else to find currents. So this grand operation began without warning. For every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You're right, the form is definitely up to something and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Yep, can't just automatically fly. As daddy nudes. What? Nah, I am not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. What I can see, however, there's not obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiry as usual. This place looks really cool. Especially those colors. Oh, really? The vocals threw you out of it? Yeah, it's fine not knowing the characters. The music's really good. Once you know the lyrics, too, lyrics are really good. Shadowbringers is another good one, though, too. Cryo appears, lost in thought. I just like the female singer when she kicks in when they go to the statue. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. For Game Arrow, I have an idea. What have I been streaming for? Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. Compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Terribly sorry to disturb you. I need to submit this report of mine, and quickly. It's a bit overdue. Could you remind me of the approximate date the guild ship was enlisted to help facilitate this most recent operation? Just help me find the marmots. Nothing suitable to pay you for your service, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, welcome the assistance. Name's Aaronville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. I said to capture these Naxian marmots as a trial. I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Does she have anything else to say? About Ishtola. Excuse me, are you, oh, did that one. Where's Alice, eh? Let's go higher up, see if I can find her. There she is. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? Nothing new. Okay, let's go dash. Whoa. Careful of the trolls. Yeah, it's just their in-house crew. If you see the lyrics, it makes sense. But yeah, it can throw you off compared to what you're normally used to seeing in game trailers and stuff. Alright, let's see what this battle music sounds like. Whoa. This music's awesome. Chirp, squeak. I've ready to attack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Oof, a troll. We're gonna scamper off to there it is. Squeak. There we go. Run nimbly evades your grasp for once more disappearing into the trees. Follow that one, because that's where I'm going. It's weird music. There's a current. Says move to your collection. Oh, so they just moved it there. Interesting. Yes. Discard that. We'll bring that to there. Okay. Close that. Chirp-a-derp. Squeak, squeak. Prepared for speed this time to succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Southwest. What's the past one? Yeah, it's way down there. That's good. How's your fare? I tracked down through the pack, which leaves one unaccounted for. Sack holds a plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. And over. Ah, there's your odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. My thanks. What do you do with the marmots now? That's for the Forum to decide. They're the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos. After all, and this job is but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption, easy to breed. Those are the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Arrow. This is the Gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Cryle, the students of Baldesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. All your animals to capture. Enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after Talaferoy made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And Talaferoy's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to Archeon. Unless it's Heidelin's power diminishing, like she mentioned. Follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot was it anyway. Tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Yep, gotta go this way. That looks nice. Oh, where would... is it? Shared fate. Okay, here we go. Yep. This is the foremost material archive in Charlian. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Are you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. This place is really cool. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that. Okay, let's discuss later. Investigation. Excuse me. Investigation demands our undivided attention. Behold the Arcan, as Numenon serves Australians and Luria archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. In those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. Manner of speaking, the Arcan contains a physical history of Australians' unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. We won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed to the main building and speak with the custodian. Make sure I attune to it. Gemstones, okay. Okay. And then you go there. Okay, it's getting used to things. Alright, I'm gonna stop here for now. I have some things I need to take care of, and the almost 2-hour struggle to log in kind of held me up a little bit, but really liking the game so far. So I'll definitely be playing some more later. Suspect there'll be a lot of people gonna try to log in later. Yeah, that's gonna be it for now. Thanks for stopping by, Dream. It was nice chatting with you. Glad to hear everything's going well with you. And for everyone else, hope you enjoyed the stream. See what the logout looks like. Yeah. I just wanted to see what the screen was, but that'll be when I log back in. What the wallpaper looks like. Yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for watching, and have a good day or night. See you later.